Here at the Grandstand at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, copies of the track program are on sale. Talk with our production assistant, Linda Brown. Linda's currently on the main walkway right toward the center of the Grandstand, and she will soon be positioned in the seating area immediately north of the judges' stand in the center section of the Grandstand. But copies of the program are available. Talk to Linda Brown, who currently has been working the main concourse, the main walkway here toward the center section of the Grandstand near the start-finish line. Again, copies of the track program, $1 a piece. A reminder, there are copies of the program available as well over on the backstretch at the racing office. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Illinois State Fairgrounds for the continuation of the Suburban Downs Hawthorne race meeting downstate as we continue to work our way through week 7 of this 8-week meeting. We'll take a look at the early program changes coming up in just a moment. First, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem. Thank you. Good to have you with us for harness racing, a big 14 race program lined up. Yesterday there were 14 purse races and 8 qualifiers, and today we have no qualifiers but 14 purse events. And we will take a look here shortly at the early program changes. Horsemen, stand by. We'll call you to the track in just a moment for that first race. There are just a few program changes. A reminder, if you're in need of a copy of the track program, they are on sale here in the grandstand. Speak with our production assistant, Linda Brown. Programs are available for $1 a piece. They're also available on the backstretch at the racing office for $1. As far as the early program changes are concerned, in the first race today, a couple of driver changes right off the bat. In the first race, please note that the driver of number 5, Loy's Trotting Bro, will be Richard Finn. Again, that's in the opening race. The driver of the 5, Loy's Trotting Bro, will be Richard Finn. Also in the first race, there's a driver change on the 7, Mango Bud, and that will be Jamaica Patton. Number 7, Mango Bud. Make the driver Jamaica Patton. There are no changes in the second or third races, and there are no changes in race 4. In fact, race 5 is also clear. Race 6 has no changes at this time. 7th race, that one also is clear at this point. No changes, in fact, in race 8. 9th race. Turning to the 9th race, please note the driver of number 3, Dandy's Ms. Swifty, has been changed. It'll be Travis Seekman. That's the 9th race. Number 3, Dandy's Ms. Swifty. Make the driver Travis Seekman. No changes in the 10th race. In race 11, driver of the 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, Richard Finn. That is race 11. The driver of number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, Richard Finn. 12th race. Scratch, number 6, Tear in My Beer. That's the 12th race. Scratch, number 6, Tear in My Beer, scratched because he is sick. 13th race has no changes, and the 14th race has no changes at this time. Horsemen come to the track with race 1. We are set to go. First race, Libby's Cool Cat, Illini Isabella, Illini Diva, King Otis, Loy's Trotting Bro, Sky Maestro, Mango Bud, Fox Valley Nautica come to the track, race 1. Again, horsemen come to the track with the first race, 5 minutes to post. First race. Good to have Dwayne Wells as our outrider at the Illinois State Fairgrounds as he works his way past the stands here in the home stretch. Horsemen again come to the track. Race 1. Thank you. As we get set to go for the first race, a reminder today's program will be live streamed courtesy of Trot and Pace Marketing. Go to youtube.com, enter Trot and Pace Marketing in the search field, and that will lead you to their channel. Our thanks once again to Tony Simone, the Executive Director of the IHHA, and the entire Board of Directors for making arrangements for all of these Suburban Downs downstate races to be live streamed throughout the course of the summer. Again, horsemen, first race, come to the track. Race 1, Libby's Cool Cat, Illini Isabella, Illini Diva, King Otis, Lois Trottenbro, Say Maestro, Mango Bud, Fox Valley Nautica. Waiting for Illini Isabella, Illini Diva, Fox Valley Nautica. Horses are on the track for the first race, and I don't care how long you've been in this business. One of the images that is always a striking image to a lot of us is to look back to that draw gate through the binoculars, and when you see the trainer walking along at the head of the horse with the driver sitting in the race bike, I don't know why that's such an iconic image of this sport as they lead the horses onto the track. It never, ever gets old seeing that. First race, a couple of driver changes. A reminder, Richard Finn will drive the 5 Lois Trot and Bro. Richard Finn drives the 5 Lois Trot and Bro, and the 7 Mango Bud Jamaica Patton is in the race bike. Number 7, Mango Bud Jamaica Patton is in the race bike. Race 1, Maiden Trotters, non-winners of one race lifetime, with fillies and mares drawing the inside post positions. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Libby's Cool Cat, owned by Raymond Yoder of Hastings, Michigan, trained by Brett Wilfong. Kyle Houston is up. 2 is Illini Isabella, owned and trained by Hosea Williams of Chicago, Juan Franco in the bike. 3, Illini Diva, owned by Keith and Kevin Miller of Arthur Glenn Auto of Arthur. Brian Loman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver Cordarius Stewart. Number 4, King Otis, owned by Georgianne and Darren Turnier of Liberty, owned also by Michelle Blackburn from right here in Springfield, Mike Brink, the trainer-driver. Number 5, Lois Trot and Bro, owned by Jackson Loy of Beecher City, trained by Mike Rogers, Richard Finn in the bike. 6, Say Maestro, owned by Lynn Wilfong of Kentland, Indiana, Brett Wilfong, the trainer, Travis Seekman is the driver. 7 is Mango Bud, owned by Rodericus Muriel of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Charles Arthur. Contrary to the program, the driver, Jamaica Patton. And 8 is Fox Valley Nautica, owned by Kevin and Keith Miller of Arthur Glenn Auto of Arthur, Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, and the driver, Casey Leonard. Copies of the track program on sale here in the grandstand and also on the backstretch over at the racing office. If you're here in the grandstand, just talk with our production assistant, Linda Brown, who is seated just toward the north of the judges' stand here in the center section of the grandstand. Good to have you with us. Horseman, a reminder, Patsy Fryman is our official Winner's Circle photographer, and she is ready and waiting to take pictures of all of our winners today. Ted and Janet Torgerson, they have the courtesy car over on the backstretch, so if you are part of the connections of a winning horse today and you don't want to make that big long walk around this sprawling 1-mile layout, just talk to Ted and Janet near the draw gate. They'll be happy to give you a lift over to the winner's circle. Post-race testing, courtesy of our friends at the Illinois Department of Agriculture, and of course the post-race testing area located near the racing office. All winners to report for testing. Right now, we are at the post, just about to find out who the first winner of the day is going to be. Our starter is Mr. Roy Finn. Gate is rolling. Here they come for the first. They are off and trotting, and we are underway. Suburban Downs, Hawthorne at Springfield. There is Say Maestro. Say Maestro out for the lead. Mango Bud is there. Libby's Cool Cat down toward the inside has early speed. Illini Isabella is away, racing in the 4th position as they swing around the first turn. It is Mango Bud who moves 3 wide outside of Say Maestro, who is between horses double wide around the first turn. Mango Bud makes the top. Say Maestro along the rail now behind him in 2nd. Libby's Cool Cat is in 3rd. Illini Isabella 4th, and then Illini Diva is racing in the 5th position. 30 flat for the opening quarter. Thank you, Mark Brown. 30 seconds flat was the time for that opening quarter. Further back, Fox Valley Nautica is racing in 6th. King Otis is in 7th. And Lois Trot and Bro is last of the 8 as they move up the backstretch after 3/8 of a mile. Mango Bud is your leader. Mango Bud, who was 3 wide midway around the first turn and then cleared with the lead, is on top here by 2 lengths. Halfway home in the opener, Say Maestro goes 2nd by 1.5 lengths to Libby's Cool Cat, who races along in 3rd. 101 flat for the first half mile, 101 flat. And then Illini Isabella is in 4th, Illini Diva is 5th, Fox Valley Nautica is 6th, King Otis is in 7th. As they hit the final turn, Lois Trot and Bro is last of the 8 as they go toward the 3/4 mile mark. Here's Libby's Cool Cat moving to the outside, first to move from 3rd, now up to take 2nd and takes aim on the leader. 1/4 mile remaining. Mango Bud against the rail leads it, but Libby's Cool Cat is moving with a flourish, and here comes Illini Diva behind her. 1:32.1 the time for that three-quarter mile mark. 1:32.1. They turn for home. Libby's Cool Cat and Kyle Houston opening up on a 5-length lead as Illini Diva is racing in second. A gap of 8 lengths more back to Mango Bud in third. Libby's Cool Cat. That was a breathtaking move just before the three-quarter, and that was the winning move in race 1. Libby's Cool Cat to win it for driver Kyle Houston by a length and a half on the line. It was Illini Diva who crossed the wire in second, but then a gap of nearly 20 lengths before a rallying King Otis who came down the outside to grab third. Time for the mile, 2 minutes and 4/5 of a second. 2 minutes and 4/5. Your winner, number 1, Libby's Cool Cat. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen come to the track. We start off today with an Indiana sired winner of our first race. Libby's Cool Cat, number 1, is by Muscles Princetonian. And in this day and age, if you say, well, who is that horse? A lot of times, if you just take a wild guess, probably a son of Muscle Hill, and that's the case here. Of course, those sons of Muscle Hill have become very, very popular as trotting sires, and Muscles Princetonian is indeed a son of the great Muscle Hill. The winner is owned by Raymond Yoder of Hastings, Michigan, trained by Brett Wilfong. Kyle Houston, the driver. How about a hand for number 1, Libby's Cool Cat? Kyle Houston becomes just the 5th driver of this Suburban Downs summer meeting downstate to score a double-digit number of victories for the meet. That is win number 10 on the race meet. That places him in the top 5 on our list of leading drivers as Libby's Cool Cat wins in her first career purse start. And again, the time, 2 minutes. To the backstretch, please. Outrider to the backstretch area, please. Outrider Dwayne Wells is on his way. Someone called our stewards from the backstretch and said we need an outrider right now. No further information available. But the good news is Dwayne Wells is on the way. There is a loose horse in the backstretch stable area, so a heads up to everyone along the backside. There is a loose horse in the backstretch stable area, so that clarifies now why the urgent call for our outrider Dwayne Wells. He is on his way. He's about to leave the racetrack and work his way on horseback through the draw gate. So that's the situation. Loose horse. Apparently a horse had unseated a driver or trainer back in the stable area and now is loose on the backside. Last spotted near gate 6, so a heads up to everyone up and down the backstretch. And now the report comes that the loose horse has indeed been caught. So that's more good news to report. Dwayne Wells, we appreciate you. Sorry that we had to call for you and that you moved so quickly and urgently, and we want you to know, Dwayne, we appreciate it, and I'm sure Dwayne knows that's how it goes sometimes. You want to err on the side of caution. As soon as there's a loose horse, we want all the help we can get. But the loose horse has been caught, but to Dwayne, thank you. We do appreciate that alert response. We'll have that full field rundown for the first race in just a moment. Horsemen come to the track with race 2. Full field rundown will be available soon. Stewards are currently reviewing the video of the stretch drive of that first race. As the horses came across the wire, there was a big gap to the majority of the field back behind the winner. And there were a lot of things happening in that final 16th. And what the stewards are doing, given that this was a trotting race, they want to make sure that everybody was on gate and on the trot as they crossed the wire. And if anyone was off stride, to make sure there was not a lapped-on break that would warrant a disqualification. Better to err on the side of caution. That is the early lesson here today, so folks stand by. We'll have the full field rundown as soon as it's available. Congratulations to breeders Frederick and Carolyn Sheary of Michigan, Raymond Yoder, the owner of Hastings, Michigan, Brett Wilfong, the trainer, and Kyle Houston, the driver of the winner, Libby's Cool Cat. We know that much. The winner is fine. We'll have the balance of the rundown shortly. Here is the full field rundown, and before we give you the entire rundown, we need to tell you that number 2, Illini Isabella, finished 4th, but is disqualified by the stewards and placed 5th. Reason being, Illini Isabella was off stride as she hit the finish line and was lapped on by the 7, Mango Bud. And as a result, under U.S. Trotting Association and Illinois Racing Board rules, Mango Bud, who finished 5, shall be placed 4th. So with those placings, here's the entire rundown for the first race. From the top of the page, Libby's Cool Cat was the winner. Illini Isabella finished 4th, disqualified and placed 5th due to a lapped-on break at the wire. Illini Diva, the runner-up. King Otis was 3rd. Lois Trottenbro finished 6th. Say Maestro was 7. Mango Bud finished 5, is placed 4. Fox Valley Nautica finished 8. Quarter and 30 flat, a half and 101 flat, 3/4, 132 and 1, the mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. Reads down with the placings 152, 367, 48. Horsemen come to the track, race 2. Again, horsemen come to the track, please. Race 2, Fox Valley Presley, Rockin' Raj, who just went by the stands, Mr. JD, Skeeter S, Some Stars Shine Brighter, Telstar, Isle Coach, Duncan's Ranger to the track.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horses are on the track for race 2, Pacers that are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime, Illinois conceived and foaled, and 3-year-olds allowed a threshold of $18,750. There are no changes in this second race. They head for the starting gate. Number 1 is Fox Valley Presley, owned by Herbert Anderson of Sherrard, Brent Johnson of New Windsor, Dan Miller of Arcola, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard is up. 2, Rock and Raj, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Linda Allhands of Monticello, trained by Jamaica Patton. The driver is Matt Kruger. 3, Mr. J.D., owned by Jamie Daniels of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Fabian Johnson, Jamal Denson in the bike. 4, Skeeter S., owned by the Tripoli stable of Norridge, Illinois, of Jim Kezios and partners, trained by Kevin Miller. Juan Franco will drive. 5 is Some Stars Shine Brighter, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell, Brady Schrock of Cantrell, trained by Rick Schrock. The driver is Travis Siegman. 6 is Telstar, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrun of West Union, trained by Kevin Miller, with Wyatt Avenetti driving. 7 is Isle Coach, owned by Nancy and Donald Musalami of Lamont, trained by Kevin Miller. The driver, Cordarius Stewart. And 8, Duncan's Ranger, owned and trained by Alan Petrie of Carrollton. The driver is Kyle Houston. Headed to the gate, race 2. Starter Roy Finn calls for the field. They are at the post, and the gate begins to roll. A reminder, Casey Leonard leads the driver standings for this summertime Suburban Downs meet downstate. 29 victories for Casey. Cordarius Stewart right behind him with 28. Irvin Miller leading the trainer standings with 17 wins. Next closest has 9. Still have this big card today and 2 programs scheduled for next week, Thursday and Friday, as we head toward the conclusion of Suburban Downs downstate for the summer of 2023. Here they come, race 2. They're off and pacing. Duncan's Ranger and Isle Coach from the outside. Some Stars Shine Brighter between horses. Fox Valley Presley is going to move past them all from that inside starting spot into the first turn. Fox Valley Presley moves up and has the lead around the turn by just 1 length. Some Stars Shine Brighter will go second to the outside. Rock and Raj is third toward the inside. And then Isle Coach, who's racing fourth and now settles against the rail as they approach the quarter, with Mr. J.D. toward the inside in 5th. And further back, Duncan's Ranger is in 6th position, and Skeeter S goes 7th. Telstar is 8th. 28 and 4 for the opening quarter. 28 and 4/5 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. It is Fox Valley Presley leading it by 1.5 lengths. Some Stars Shine Brighter is in the 2nd position. Rock and Raj is racing in 3rd. Isle Coach is 4th. Skeeter S is first up on the outside in 5th, but now some horses ahead of that one begin to move off the rail. In fact, it will be Rock and Raj who now will swing to the outside out of that number 3 spot and challenges for 2nd. 58 and 1 for the first half mile, 58 and 1/5 seconds. Past the draw gate they go. Fox Valley Presley is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Rock and Raj is second, the same margin. Some Stars Shine Brighter toward the inside third. Isle Coach is alongside that one in 4th position. And then Skeeter S is racing in 5th. Mr. JD is 6th. Telstar to the outside 7th. Duncan's Ranger last of the 8, some 10 lengths off the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. 126 and 2 at the 3/4. 126 and 2. They turned for home. Rock and Raj coming after Fox Valley Presley, who still has the lead. Some Stars Shine Brighter is in behind that pair in 3rd. Isle Coach comes down the outside from 4th, still 3 lengths from the front. Fox Valley Presley and Rock and Raj side by side. Isle Coach is 3rd. Fox Valley Presley short lead. Rock and Raj is still trying. Here's the wire photo for the win. It will either be Fox Valley Presley or Rock and Raj for the victory. We do know that Isle Coach finished 3rd. Photo finish for the win. Time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 1/5 seconds. 1:54 and 1. Photo for the win. Our thanks to Emma Schrock, who is our photo finish technician today. Stewards now consulting with her and reviewing the images on the iPad of the finish of today's second race. Again, a photo for the win, and we await the result of that photo, either Fox Valley Presley or Rockin' Raj. It'll be one of those two. Result of the photo shows the winner to be, by a nose, number 1, Fox Valley Presley. And a shake of the head from Matt Kruger. That was close, Matt, no question about it. I always like to go back to what Tom Durkin used to say, the winner won by a flared nostril as opposed to a nose. It was tight, folks, and the winner, number 1, Fox Valley Presley. More in a moment. Just a heads up to Patsy Fryman. Patsy, the winner, actually had gone back to the backstretch and had gone back toward the barn and then heard the announcement. Driver Casey Leonard did, and now is returning to the racetrack. So the winner will be here in just a moment. As we await the winner's return, again, the time for the mile was 1:54.1. This is 2 wins in a row for Fox Valley Presley, who just took a new lifetime record last week in 1:54. That was a week ago yesterday here at Springfield. Congratulations to owners Herbert Anderson of Sherrard, Brent Johnson of New Windsor, Dan Miller of Arcola, Bonita Simmons of Springfield. Tom Simmons becomes only the second trainer of the meet to reach a double-digit number of wins. That is his 10th victory, and he draws within 7 of leader Irvin Miller. Casey Leonard, the first driver to 30. First driver to reach 30 wins for the race meet, Casey Leonard, as he now leads Cordarius Stewart by a count of 30-28 atop the driver standings. Casey had a big day yesterday. He scored 6 victories yesterday. And then if you go back to last week's Friday program, he had 4 wins. So he had a 4-bagger on Friday. He had a 6-count yesterday and now gets the win here. And again, Tom Simmons reaches a double-digit number of wins for this summertime meet. Again, congratulations, Herbert Anderson, Brent Johnson, Mr. Dan Miller, and Bonita Simmons, your winning owners. How about a hand for Fox Valley Presley? Bred by the meet's leading breeder, Fox Valley Standard Breds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. This pacer, a 3-year-old gelded son of their sire, Some Star Somewhere, the reigning Illinois pacing sire of the year out of Rock with the Light by Rock and Roll Hanover. Tom Simmons, Casey Leonard, your trainer-driver combination. Full field rundown coming right up. Here is the full field rundown. It is a 2. From the top, Fox Valley Presley, the winner. Rockin' Raj was the runner-up. Mr. JD finished 8. Skeeter S finished 5. Some Stars Shine Brighter was 4. Telstar finished 6. Isle Coach finished 3. And Duncan's Ranger was 7. The quarter, 28-4. The half, 58-1. 3 quarters, 1:26-2. The mile, 1 minute 54 and 1/5 seconds. Reads down 1:28, 5:46, 3:7. Third race, horsemen come to the track. Luz Enchantress, Rainbow City, Dejoma, Astra Viking, Calypso Moon. There are no changes in race 3. This reminder that when harness racing returns here for the Illinois State Fair, it will be a twin bill to get us started, a doubleheader program on Thursday, August 10th. Thursday, August 10th for a doubleheader with post times of 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. This will be the second straight year for a Thursday doubleheader to get us started at the State Fair. And then more racing on Friday, August 11th, Saturday, August 12th, Wednesday, August 16th, and Thursday, August 17th. And the Illinois State Fair official guide, published by Gold Nugget Media, is listing 11 a.m. post times for each of those daytime sessions. So Thursday, August 10th, 11 a.m., and then 5 p.m.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Grey Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
On Saturday, August 12th, 11 a.m. on Wednesday, August 16, 11 a.m. on Thursday, August 17. Please make note of that change. Also, representatives of the Illinois Racing Board are on hand. They are at the racing office on the backstretch. If you need to take care of licensing and fingerprinting, take advantage of that today. Representatives of the Illinois Racing Board are available for those purposes in the racing office until 3 p.m. today. Horses are on the track for race 3. Good to have you with us on a Friday afternoon. 2-year-old trotting fillies here in the third race that are non-winners of $1,500 lifetime, or in the case of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled performers, $1,875. As the program tells you, everyone is ICF, Illinois Conceived and Foaled, with the exception of number 2, Rainbow City, who is an Indiana bred. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Luz Enchantress, owned by the Flacco Family Farms Limited Liability Corporation of Alexis. Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avenatti is up. 2 is Rainbow City, owned by the Homestead Acres of Herman Miller of Topeka, Indiana. Kurt Grummel is the trainer-driver. Number 3, Dejoma, owned by Lonnie Keith of Palestine, trained and driven by Cornelius Cavett. 4 is Astra Viking, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield. He's the trainer-driver, co-owned by Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis. And number 5, Calypso Moon, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lock Ridge, Iowa, trained by Kurt Grummel. And the driver, Casey Leonard. Headed to the gate, third race. Here they come, race 3. Horsemen, stand by with that 4th race. You're up next. Stand by with the 4th. Roy Finn sends this field of juvenile trotting fillies on their way. There goes Calypso Moon from the outside. There's Astra Viking with some early speed. Dejoma gets away in 3rd position. Rainbow City, then Luz Enchantress back toward the inside as they head for the first turn. Dejoma moves up for the lead and gets over to the rail after the opening 1/8 of a mile. Astra Viking is right there on her outside, though. Here's Astra Viking moving up to challenge Dejoma. They go side by side midway on the south turn. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Calypso Moon settles against the rail in the 3rd position past the quarter-mile mark. Rainbow City, then Luz Enchantress at the back. 29-3, an honest pace here early on, 29-3. Astra Viking has finally made the top and gets by Dejoma as 2 lengths now separate those two. And again, Astra Viking is now the leader as Dejoma goes second by a length and a half. And then Rainbow City, who moves up a tighter 3rd, just a length behind that. 2nd place, Dejoma. Further back, Luz Enchantress is 4th, racing 7 lengths from the front. Then a gap of a dozen more lengths as they head on past the draw gate onto the final turn. Minute flat. Minute flat was the time for that opening half mile. Astra Viking shows the way, leads it by a length and a half. DeJoma's right there in the second position. Calypso Moon sits third and is within 3 lengths of the lead. And then comes Luz Enchantress. And then Rainbow City, after making a mistake on the backstretch, dropped from third to last, but now is catching up with the field, but there's only a quarter mile to go. And in the meantime, here comes Calypso Moon. Let's see what Calypso Moon can do from here. She's third, she's second, she's challenging the leader. 131.3. 131.3, the time at the 3/4 mile mark. Calypso Moon right alongside of Astra Viking, and Luz Enchantress gets involved, swings toward the outside as they turn for home. It is Calypso Moon, though, who takes a narrow lead from Astra Viking. Here's DeJoma moving late from third. Luz Enchantress is fourth, but it's Calypso Moon by a length and a half. Calypso Moon in front. Calypso Moon wins it by a length on the line. DeJoma was home second, Astra Viking third, Luz Enchantress fourth, and then Rainbow City, after that awkward move up the backstretch, had to settle for fifth. But your winner is number 5, Calypso Moon. That is the Luz Legacy full sister to the reigning Illinois Horse of the Year, Funky Wiggle. So the family races on. Calypso Moon wins it. 2:01 flat was the time for the mile. 2:01 flat. Horsemen come to the track with race 4. The astronomers in our audience probably appreciate the name Calypso Moon, which apparently does come from the world of astronomy. Calypso Moon is a moon of the planet Saturn. Calypso Moon is the name of a moon of the planet Saturn, and that moon was discovered, as science goes, fairly recently. That was in 1980. Calypso Moon, well, she's got a big reputation to live up to when your big sister is Funky Wiggle, who dazzled race fans here at Springfield and at DuQuoin last year and on the Night of Champions and went on to be the Illinois Horse of the Year. You've got a lot to live up to, but Calypso Moon is doing just that, and she wins here in 2:01 and is about to reach the winner's circle as Casey Leonard has scored a driving double on the day. We talked about the fact a year ago that this is quite a maternal family. This filly, Calypso Moon, when her sister, Funky Wiggle, was having that big campaign last year, we went and drew out the pedigree to about the 9th or 10th generation. And if you go way back, I think it's the 9th dam of this filly was one of the leading trotting fillies in America back in the 1920s. And it's remarkable how those families that were good literally 100 years ago just keep popping up and are still good today. Owned and bred by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lockridge, Iowa, Kurt Grummel, the trainer, and Casey Leonard, your winning driver. How about a hand for Calypso Moon? Winning 2-year-old filly is by Luz Legacy out of Hoosier Wiggles by Mr. Cantab. Second career start for purse money. First career victory, 2:01 flat. Got a big old blazed face, does Calypso Moon, and now Casey Leonard brings this filly back up toward the entrance of the winner's circle. Not every horse is crazy about walking through that narrow opening into the winner's circle, so Casey pulls that filly up on the racetrack here in the home stretch, which is how they used to do it. You go back and look at old win photos from the 1950s at the Illinois State Fair. They took all those winner's circle photos right out there on the home stretch of the racetrack. Congratulations to our winning connections. Here's the full field rundown for that third race. Luz Enchantress finished 4th. Rainbow City finished 5. Dejoma the runner-up. Astra Viking was 3rd. Calypso Moon was the winner. 29-3 at the quarter, a minute at the half. 3 quarters, 1:31-3, the mile 2:01 flat, and it reads 4-5-2-3-1. The 4th race is on the way. No changes. Land, La Lolita, Anna's Lucky Star, and Luz Dobb. We appreciate the hard work of the crew here at the Illinois State Fair, and that includes those gentlemen over there preparing that legendary stage where so many great performers have stood over the years, getting that renovation completed as we get ready for the Illinois State Fair. And, of course, Tim McGraw, big headliner on Thursday, August 17, but a lot of other great acts lined up as well. So, gentlemen, thanks for your hard work. We appreciate it. Well done.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Grey Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
As soon as we have Lou's Dobb, we'll be set to go. Just got word that next week Coleman's Concessions will be on the backstretch both Thursday and Friday. And horsemen, a heads up, I know that if you're in the horse business and if you actually have to work hands-on with the horses, your day starts pretty early. Well, here's some good news. Coleman's Concessions, they will be having both breakfast and lunch menus next week. So breakfast and lunch, both available next week, Thursday and Friday. Horses are on the track for race 4, Trotters, non-winners of $20,000 this year. Illinois Conceived and Foaled, and also fillies and mares allowed a $25,000 threshold. There are no changes. Headed to the gate, we'll meet the starters right now. Number 1, Rain and Shine, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville. Carol Hayes, the trainer, Jamaica Patton, and the bike. 2 is Tank Me to Dennyland, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner of West Salem, the driver Travis Seekman. 3 is La Lolita, owned by Derek Harmon of Flemingsburg, Kentucky, trained and driven by Matt Avenatti. 4 is Anna's Lucky Star, owned by Danny Graham of Salem, trained by Nelson Willis. Juan Franco will drive. And number 5, Lou's Dobb, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco. All Right Racing LLC of Morton, of Bill and Maddie Wright, and Craig and Jordan Wright, trained by Steve Searle. The driver is Casey Leonard. Headed to the starting gate, Reigning Illinois State Fair Age Mare Trot Champion Rain and Shine in the lineup. Tank Me to Dennyland, fresh off a win here last week in 156 and 4. La Lolita, fresh off a win here last week in 154 and 4. Anna's Lucky Star, who has won multiple titles over the years in the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes, and Luz Daub, your reigning champion at the Illinois State Fair in the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot from last season. So a small field, but a talented field of trotters at the post. Gates rolling. Eighth of a mile from the start. Here they come. They are off and trotting. There goes La Lolita for the lead. Tank Me to Dennyland right there to her inside. Then Rain and Shine comes away in third. Anna's Lucky Star is fourth, and Luz Daub fifth as they head down into the first turn. Everyone straightens out and goes single file after the opening eighth of a mile, and it will be La Lolita to show the way. La Lolita on top around the south turn by a length. Tank Me to Dennyland second, a length and a half. Rain and Shine is racing in third. Anna's Lucky Star is fourth, and Luz Daub last of the five as they slip by the quarter-mile mark. 28 and 2 for the opening quarter. 28 and 2/5 seconds was the time. Single file formation off the first turn and up the back stretch. La Lolita shows the way. Leads it for Matt Avenatti of Chrisman by a length and a half. Tank Me to Dennyland is second for Travis Siekman as they approach the half-mile mark. Rain and Shine third for Jamaica Patton. Anna's Lucky Star fourth for Juan Franco. Luz Daub is fifth for Casey Leonard as these five trotters march on by the half-mile mark. 57 flat, 57 seconds flat for the opening half mile. Here comes Rain and Shine, and Anna's Lucky Star is going to move behind her at the entry to the north turn. So Rain and Shine draws alongside of La Lolita. That's the battle for the lead. A length and a half more to Anna's Lucky Star, who moves into contention. Third by 3/4 of a length around Tank Me to Dennyland, who is shuffled back to fourth, and Luz Daub takes to the outside from fifth with a quarter-mile to go. Rain and Shine puts ahead in front. 125 and 3 at the 3/4. 125 and 3. Rain and Shine and La Lolita, who's still there and fighting on. These two continue their battle for the lead. An eighth of a mile from the finish, and a gap of 3 more lengths back to Anna's Lucky Star, and then Luz Daub, who's trying to come late from the outside, but it's running out of time. Rain and Shine right alongside of La Lolita. It's down to these two. Rain and Shine, La Lolita. Rain and Shine wins it by almost a full length on the line. Jamaica Patton, Rain and Shine, your winner in race 4. And Shine 154 flat. 1 minute, 54 seconds flat, the time for the 1 mile distance. Rain and Shine, your winner. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 5. Rain and Shine came here last summer to the Illinois State Fairgrounds, where she trains and won the Illinois State Fair Aged Mare Trot, and she is tuning up for a defense of that title having won 3 times here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds this summer in the Suburban Downs Hawthorne Downstate meeting. And today, to add a cherry on top, takes a new lifetime record with a win in 1 minute 54 seconds flat. This is a homebred for Carol and Diane Hayes of nearby Williamsville. We talked about this at the State Fair last year. It's always fun to win races over this racetrack, but when you can do so with a horse that you bred and raised, a horse that you were there when she foaled and you watched her grow up, that adds an extra special dimension to winning at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. And there is the winner of race 4. How about a hand for number 1, Rain and Shine? That is Jamaica Patton's 7th winning drive of this summertime meet. And again, this mare has won 3 times herself at the meet. Congratulations to owners and breeders Carol and Diane Hayes. 154 flat as Rain and Shine tunes up for what her connections hope will be a successful defense of that Illinois State Fair age mare trot coming up on Saturday, August 12. Congratulations. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for the 4th race. From the top, Rain and Shine was the winner. Tank Me to Dennyland finished 5. La Lolita, the runner-up. Anna's Lucky Star was 4th, and Lou's Dobb was 3rd. The opening quarter, 28-2. The half in 57 seconds flat. 3 quarters, 125-3, and the mile in 154. Reached down 152-3. The winning mare, a daughter of Cassis, former Illinois Trotting Sire of the Year, who regrettably died in January of 2022. And the winner out of the dam, Faith and Trust, by the Pacing Sire, Fort Apache, Hanover. That brings us to race 5. No changes. Horsemen come to the track. Roan by Design, Keen Cathy, Incredible Lorraine, Rags to Riches, Rockin' Faye, Jerry Sue, Lions Mickey, and Some Dancing Star come to the track. Our thanks to our grounds crew and our track crew. And as those of you in the stands just saw, the track conditioning crew, sometimes they have to do cleanup work as well. Gentleman stepped off the tractor for a moment, saw something laying in the racetrack here just past the start-finish line, and realized that a horseman dropped his whip. So picked it up off the racetrack, and we appreciate the track crew with those eagle eyes, always keeping an eye out for anything on the racing surface, scooping it up, making sure to keep that racetrack clean and clear for racing. Horsemen come to the track, race 5.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Gray Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
The Standardbred is athletic, strong, and sturdy. Their minds intelligent, their hearts like no other. They pour their all into every jog and race. They are warriors, they are champions, they are heroes. When their time at the track ends, it's just the beginning of a new chapter. But we must help write these stories as they transition from racehorse to riding horse. We owe it to them, the horses that give their all, to provide the time and tools they need to succeed, to bridge the gap between the track and a bright future, to find their perfect partner to help them realize their full potential. Help us help Standardbreds beyond the track at newvocations.org.
Horses are on the track for race 5, pacing fillies and mares. Winners of one or more races that are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. Illinois conceived and foaled horses, $18,750. There are no changes. Number 1 is Rome by Design, owned by Kathy Finn Knitz of Olney, trained by Dale Knitz, Travis Siekman in the bike. 2, Keen Kathy, owned by Jay DeLong of Clinton, Wisconsin, trained by Terry Leonard, the driver Casey Leonard. 3, Incredible Lorraine, owned by Three's a Crowd Stable of Cantrell, of Jody Peacock and Allison McGrew and Norm Thompson, trained by Rick Schrock. The driver is Matt Kruger. Number 4, Rags to Riches, owned by Danny Clark of Mineral Point, Wisconsin, Curtis Spillum of Moline, Brian Code of Bradford, and James Nellinger of Peoria, trained by Steve Searle, Wyatt Avenetti, the driver. 5 is Rockin' Fay, owned and trained by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee, Juan Franco on the bike. 6, Jerry Sue is owned by Michelle Morgan of Springfield, Raymond Morgan of Carrollton, trained by Michelle Morgan. The driver is Richard Finn. 7, Lions Mickey, owned by Gary Achenbach of Eastman, Wisconsin. The trainer is Jamaica Patton. The driver is Jamal Denson. And number 8, Some Dancing Star, owned by J.L. Benson Stables Incorporated of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, of Joel Benson, owned also by Edward Linsky of Seagirt, New Jersey, trained by Jim Molitor. Matt Avenetti is the driver. Headed to the gate, race 5. Looking ahead to the 14th and final race, here's a late driver change for race number 14. In that 14th race, please note the driver of the 5, she's self-contained, will be Richard Finn. That is race number 14. The driver of number 5, she's self-contained, will be Richard Finn. Pacing fillies and mares up at the north end of the racetrack. Getting ready to go here in race number 5. Busy, busy, busy. That's how it is right now over at the Emerson building here on the Illinois State Fairgrounds. That is where they process all of the entries for the various competitions during the Illinois State Fair, practically everything other than harness racing. And they have a staff. There are about 10 individuals seated at desks and computers this morning, getting all of those entry blanks processed. A lot of folks from all across the state of Illinois getting ready to bring everything from the quilts they have made to cakes they will bake and so on and so forth. Illinois State Fair just around the corner. And again, harness racing kicks off on Thursday, August 10, with a doubleheader, 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. post times. Right now, here they come for race 5. Off and pacing and a good start for all. There goes Jerry Sue. Rockin' Fay has early speed. Roan by Design kicks in down toward the rail, and Roan by Design moves up for the lead. Rockin' Fay will go second. Jerry Sue is going to be a wide third for the move into the first turn. Keen Cathy settled toward the inside, was fourth, now gives up a spot as Some Dancing Star moves by into the fourth position. So Keen Cathy is now in fifth. And then Incredible Lorraine and Rags to Riches as they move on by the quarter-mile mark with Lions Mickey last. 27 flat for the opening quarter. They rolled that opening quarter in 27 flat, and here comes Jerry Sue. Jerry Sue moves up on the outside now to take the lead after 3/8 of a mile and leads it by a length up the backstretch. Rockin' Fay is racing in second. Roan by Design is third, and here's Rockin' Fay. Rockin' Fay moves right back to the outside to regain the lead at the half-mile mark. Jerry Sue is now in second position, and Roan by Design comes off the rail from third. 55-1 for the first half mile, 55-1. Some Dancing Star moves up into contention fourth on the outside, 4 lengths off the lead. Then there's a gap of 4 more lengths back to Keen Cathy in fifth position. Rags to Riches is in sixth. Lions Mickey is in seventh. Moves up 1 spot as they move around the far turn, as Incredible Lorraine is now eighth and last with a quarter mile to go, and the lead battle is shaping up. Roan by Design is coming on. 123-3 at the 3/4. Roan by Design alongside of Rockin' Fay, and Some Dancing Star is third in the center of the track, but she's 5 lengths from the lead. Roan by Design has a narrow lead from Rockin' Fay. Here is Some Dancing Star, and Keen Cathy is now fourth. Some Dancing Star is coming on down the center of the track for the lead. Roan by Design is now second. Some Dancing Star wins it by 2 lengths on the line. Roan by Design was home second, and then it was Keen Cathy in third. Close for fourth, either Rockin' Fay or Jerry Sue for that fourth spot. For the mile, 1 minute, 53 4/5 seconds. 153-4, a new lifetime record for number 8, Some Dancing Star. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 6. Some Dancing Star scores her first victory of 2023. That was after a win here over this very racetrack as a juvenile in 155-1. Came out of the first crop by Some Star Somewhere out of LR Dancing Dream, who was a good race mare herself, and she by Fort Apache Hanover, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker, our leading breeders for the meet. Owned by the Joel Benson Stables Incorporated of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, owned also by Edward Linsky of Seagirt, New Jersey. Jimmy Molitor, the trainer, and your winning driver is Matt Avenatti. How about a hand for Some Dancing Star? New lifetime record for this filly, Some Dancing Star, who was beaten just ahead here back on June 15, has been right close the last couple of weeks, finishing third, and now today puts it all together and rallies from off the pace for the victory. Congratulations to our winning connections. Here's the full field rundown for race 5. From the top, Roan by Design was the runner-up. Keen Cathy finished third. Incredible Lorraine was 7. Rags to Riches finished 8. Rockin' Faye was 4. Jerry Sue finished 5. Lions Mickey was 6. And Some Dancing Star was the winner. 27 at the quarter, 55-1 at the half. 3 quarters, 123-3. And the mile, 153 4/5. Reach down 237, 845, 61. Sixth race coming up. No changes in race 6. Horsemen come to the track. Told us your mother called with a question about a Gunsmoke episode, and they were curious what Mom wanted to know. Well, what it was, my mother had watched a Gunsmoke episode, and Ken Curtis, the actor who would eventually play Festus in that series, my mom saw one of the early black and white episodes, and she thought that Ken Curtis had guest starred in a different role. But she was incorrect. The actor she was thinking of was an actor named Royal Dano. And if you like old westerns, Royal Dano showed up in a lot of those old westerns. Bonanza and Gunsmoke, Wanted Dead or Alive, The Rifleman, right on down the line. He was a great character actor, and it was Royal Dano she was thinking of. So that was the question Mom had, which I was happy to answer, but after the races yesterday. Horsemen come to the track, race 6.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Gray Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Special thanks to our production assistant, Linda Brown. Today, she has covered any number of extra responsibilities, and we appreciate that very much. Linda, production assistants, very, very valuable help to have on race days. There are no changes in race number 6. Horses are on the track. 6th race today for Illinois Conceived and Foaled fillies, 3-year-old trotters. They are headed for the gate, so let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Radiant Diamond, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell, Carol Reynolds of Springfield, trained by Rick Schrock. The driver is Travis Seekman. Number 2, Daisy's Duchess, is owned by Stafford, Code, and Spillum of East Windsor, New Jersey. That is Paul Stafford, Brian Code, and Curtis Spillum. Steve Searle of Grant Park, James Nellinger of Peoria, Mike Buzzard of Altamont, trained by Steve Searle. Driver is Cordarius Stewart. 3, Dawn of Creation, owned by All Right Racing LLC of Bill and Maddie Wright, and Craig and Jordan Wright of Morton, co-owned by the trainer Mike Brink of Springfield, the driver Juan Franco. Number 4, Marvelous Mystery, owned by Kurt, Craig, and Leo Grummel of Carrollton, trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. Number 5 is Zena Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, trained by Steve Searle, Casey Leonard in the bike. Number 6, Cat Dimmick, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, co-owned by trainer Jill Brown. Jamal Denson is the driver. And number 7, Mariah Lou, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Steve Searle, and the driver is Wyatt Avenetti. Headed to the gate for race 6. Horses are approaching the starting gate over on the far turn. 6th of our 14 races here today. More racing next week on Thursday and Friday. A reminder that representatives of the Illinois Racing Board are available currently at the racing office on the backstretch to process fingerprinting and licensing in advance of the Illinois State Fair. So feel free to take advantage. Illinois Racing Board will have representatives at the racing office until 3 o'clock today in an effort to help reduce those long lines that always form during State Fair week. Horsemen, we know you've got a lot on your mind and a lot on your plate to take care of during State Fair week, so take advantage. Swing on over by the racing office and take advantage of getting those licensing and fingerprinting requirements done for the members of your stable. Right now, here they come, top of the stretch. Get all those owners ready to go for the Illinois State Fair for parimutuel racing coming up beginning on Thursday, August 10. Right now, trotters lined up on the gate. Roy Finn, our starter today. Here they come, race 6. And they're off and trotting. There goes Marvelous Mystery out for the early lead. Daisy's Duchess is there, and Radiant Diamond is down toward the inside as they head for the first turn. Marvelous Mystery caught to the far outside, but keeps moving forward, tries to clear the inside traffic, and will do so as they move on to that south turn. Marvelous Mystery gets over to the rail and leads it by 2 lengths as they head toward the quarter-mile mark. Radiant Diamond goes second. Daisy's Duchess is racing in third. Dawn of Creation is fourth. Zena Lou is in fifth. Cat Dimmick is sixth, and Mariah Lou is last of the 7 as they race on by the quarter. 29 and 4 for the opening quarter, 29 and 4/5 seconds. Marvelous Mystery is the leader, the reigning Illinois champion juvenile trotting filly of last season, and she shows the way by a length up the back stretch. Radiant Diamond is racing in second position, then there's a gap of 2 more lengths to Daisy's Duchess in third as they approach the half, followed by Dawn of Creation in fourth, and then Zena Lou is fifth, and there goes Dawn of Creation now, takes to the outside from that fourth position, but still 5 lengths off the lead. 1 minute and 3/5 for the first half mile, 1 minute and 3/5. Marvelous Mystery leads the field past the draw gate, a 2-length lead. Radiant Diamond second, 1.5 lengths. Dawn of Creation is third up on the outside. Daisy's Duchess fourth against the rail, still 5 lengths from the front. Gap of 2 more to Zena Lou, followed by Mariah Lou toward the inside as they round the far turn and approach the 3/4 mile mark, and Mariah Lou now drops out to the back of the pack as Cat Dimmick will move by her. 129 flat at the time, at the 3/4, 129 flat. The champ, Marvelous Mystery, is the leader, and she's opening up by 3, by 4, back to Radiant Diamond, who's in second, and then Daisy's Duchess back toward the inside in third. Xena Lou is fourth out in the center of the track, and here comes Radiant Diamond. She's coming after the leader. She's coming after Marvelous Mystery, and she's right alongside. Here's the wire. Radiant Diamond has defeated the champ by 3/4 of a length. Radiant Diamond wins it. Marvelous Mystery was home second, and then it was Daisy's Duchess back toward the inside in third. Xena Lou broke stride about midway down the stretch, but then got back on the trot and crossed the wire in the number 4 position. Time for the mile, 1:57 flat. 1 minute, 57 seconds flat. Number 1, Radiant Diamond winner. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 7. We've talked about the fact earlier this summer that Radiant Diamond comes from a family which has produced a lot of winners at the Illinois State Fair, both in eliminations and championship finals over the years. So this girl comes from a family that knows this racetrack and has had a lot of success here. How about a hand for number 1, Radiant Diamond, with Travis Siekman driving. 1:57 flat. Congratulations to Jody Peacock of Cantrell and Carol Reynolds of Springfield. This is a homebred filly for them, trained by Rick Schrock. The winning filly, a 3-year-old by Don't Cheat on Me Now, out of Rubies and Pearls by Vaporize, as Radiant Diamond wins for the second time this season. In fact, the second time in her last 3 starts after crushing the field in her division of the Violet Stakes here back on June 22nd. And today scores in 1:57. This is a family, a lot of the ancestors of this filly were bred by Carol Reynolds, and then you go further back, Carl Swanson was a breeder who developed this family back when, and it just keeps on racing on. Radiant Diamond, the latest example of a fine trotter from that maternal family. Here's the full field rundown for that 6th race. By the way, Travis Siekman, now 2 wins for the meet, but he trails Casey Leonard by 9. You've got Leonard with 31 wins, Cordarius Stewart at 28, and then Travis Siekman at 22. Here's that full field rundown for that 6th race. From the top of the page, Radiant Diamond was the winner. Daisy's Duchess was 3rd. Dawn of Creation was 7th. Marvelous Mystery, the runner-up. Xena Lou finished 4. Kat Dimick was 5. Mariah Lou finished 6. The opening quarter, 29 and 4. the half in a minute 3/5, 3/4 in 1:29, and the mile in 1:57 flat. Reads down 1:37.245.6. That family from which Radiant Diamond comes, it has been good so long. I can remember as a kid when a trotter named King Carl out of that maternal family won the Illinois State Fair aged trot, and if memory serves, was trained and driven by Tim Bredberg. So this is a family that, again, it goes back for many, many years with a lot of success at this racetrack. 7th race on the way, no changes. Come to the track, race 7.
Peter the Great. No, not this guy. This guy. In 1891, Daniel D. Streeter, an avid horse breeder from Kalamazoo, Michigan, purchased a mare named Santos. Streeter owned a farm called the Oaklands on what is now Western Michigan University's campus. In 1894, Streeter sent Santos to Battle Creek to be bred to a stallion named Pilot Medium. The resulting colt, born in 1895 at Oaklands, was hailed Peter the Great. He quickly gained the attention of his owner for his intelligence. Streeter convinced retired world-famous driver-trainer Peter V. Johnston to come out of retirement and train this exceptional colt. Once introduced to Peter, Johnston couldn't pass up the opportunity. At the age of 2, Peter the Great made his debut at the Kentucky Futurity in Lexington. Unknown to most, he surprised everyone by finishing a close second to the race favorite, Janie T. The following year, as a 3-year-old, Peter returned to the Kentucky Futurity. He dominated by winning all 3 heats and setting a new track record of 2:12 and a half. Later that year, Streeter sold the champion horse for $20,000. Peter continued to race and achieve his best lifetime record of 2:7 1/4 in 1899 at the Empire City Track in New York. Unfortunately, he sustained a career-ending injury. However, despite his relatively brief time on the track, Peter the Great left an indelible mark on the trotting world through the exceptional quality of the colts he sired. A descendant of Hambletonian 10, Peter the Great became a legendary sire, producing exceptional offspring that continued to contribute to the evolution of the standardbred. Peter the Great moved around during his post-racing career as a stallion, but he settled at Laurel Hill Farm outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. Peter died in 1923 and is buried at Tom Taggart's residence near French Lick, Indiana. 5 years after his death, his groom, Jacob Councilman, passed away and his ashes were spread on Peter's grave. In honor of Peter's remarkable achievements, a monument was created in his birthplace of Kalamazoo. The plaque, attached to a boulder, acknowledged D.D. Streeter as the breeder and Peter V. Johnston as the trainer and driver of Peter the Great, and Peter himself. It reads, "On this farm was born the trotting stallion and sire Peter the Great, 2.7 1/4. Bred by D.D. Streeter, trained and driven in Kentucky futurities by Peter V. Johnston." Originally placed near the barn where Peter was born, the monument has been relocated several times. Today, the monument stands at Western Michigan University's Administration Building in remembrance of his remarkable life and his importance to the standardbred breed. Peter the Great is truly a treasure to be remembered and celebrated.
Again, horsemen, come to the track, please, with race 7. Horses are on the track for race 7, 2-year-old pacing fillies, non-winners of $1,500 lifetime. Illinois conceived and foaled $1,875. Everyone in this lineup does happen to be Illinois conceived and foaled. No changes. Number 1 is Jimmy Lai, owned by Blackfoot Farms of Lake Forest of James Crowley, trained by Terry Leonard, the driver Casey Leonard. Number 2, UCD, UC Annie, owned by D. Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. 3, Unhinged Zen Zero, owned by Ivor Hengstrom of Boca Raton, Florida. He's the trainer. The driver is Matt Kruger. Number 4, My Eyes Adored You, owned by Bruce and Linda Grider of Oswego, Martin and Heather Budke of Florence, South Carolina, trained by Terry Leonard, Kyle Houston in the bike. 5, She's a Doozy, owned by James Hepp from down at Steelville. The trainer is Mike Brink, and the driver is Juan Franco. Number 6, Cupid's Revenge, is owned by Robert Silberberg of Farmington Hills, Michigan, Patricia Tiernan of Piatone, Illinois, Daryl Wisniewski of Willowbrook, and Mary Van Boven of Canton, Michigan, trained by Jim Eaton. The driver is Travis Siekman. Number 7, We Are Family, owned by Casey Williams of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, trained by Herman Wheeler, Cordarius Stewart in the bike. And number 8, Maddie Shark, owned and trained by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi. The driver, Freddie Patton Jr., headed to the gate, race 7. Looking ahead to race 11, here's a late change for the 11th race. In race 11, please note that number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, will be driven by Brendan Potts. Number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, the driver will now be Brendan Potts. That's race 11, horse number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero. The driver has been changed once again, and contrary to the earlier announcement, it will now be Brendan Potts, the driver. Illinois State Fair Reining Horse Show continues today over at the Coliseum, just straight out back behind the Grandstand and then south a few paces. That has been going on since Wednesday, and it will continue through tomorrow. Slipped over and caught the tail end of the show yesterday, and it's amazing to see those folks come out on those reining horses and watch how those horses can make a complete turn and do about 4 of those in a row. I don't know how the horse keeps its footing exactly, and then when they finish, come to a perfect standstill. Don't know how the rider keeps from getting dizzy. Absolutely fascinating to watch the reining horse show over at the Coliseum. Right now, it's harness racing here on the big 1-mile track. At the post, gates rolling, race 7. Off and pacing they go. We Are Family and Maddie Shark have early speed. There's UCD, UC Annie to the inside, and Jimmy Lai comes away racing in the 4th position as they head down for the first turn. We Are Family moves up in the center of the racetrack and is up to take the lead. Maddie Shark will go with her from the outside. So We Are Family makes the top, at least for a moment, and now Maddie Shark moves by for the lead. We Are Family is now second midway on the south turn. UCD, UC Annie is racing in 3rd. Jimmy Lai is back there in 4th, followed by Unhinged in 0 in 5th, and She's a Doozy racing in 6th. 29-1 was the time for the opening quarter, 29 1/5 seconds. And then further back, Cupid's Revenge is 7th early on, and a gap of 3 lengths behind that when My Eyes Adored You is last of the 8. Maddie Shark guides the field past the 3/8 mile mark and up the backstretch and leads it by just 1 length. We Are Family goes second by 2 lengths, followed by UCD, UC Annie in 3rd by 1.5 lengths. Jimmy Lai is racing in the 4th position. Unhinged in 0 takes to the outside from 5th. A minute, 3/5 for the first half mile. A minute, 3/5. Here comes We Are Family. We Are Family moves up on the outside to challenge Maddie Shark for the lead. Maddie Shark still leads it by a neck. We Are Family is right there in second by 2 lengths. And then UCD, UC Annie, who's 3rd and moving into contention. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Unhinged in 0 in 4th. Jimmy Lai is 5th. Cupid's Revenge is 6th on the outside. And problems there for UCD, UC Annie, who just broke stride. 1:30 and 2/5 at the 3/4, 1:30 and 2. Back to that lead battle. We Are Family from the outside, challenging Maddie Shark. They go at it for the top spot, 1/8 of a mile to go. We Are Family, narrow lead. Maddie Shark is still fighting on toward the inside. 5 more lengths back to Jimmy Lai in 3rd. Cupid's Revenge comes late from 4th, but We Are Family kicks on with the lead. We Are Family wins it by a diminishing length and a half. Big rally for Cupid's Revenge to grab 2nd, close for 3rd, either Jimmy Lai or Maddie Shark for that 3rd position. And then further back, it was She's a Doozy who crossed the line in 5th and was followed across the line by My Eyes Adored You in 6th. Unhinged in 0 faded back to 7th, and UC Annie was 8th after breaking stride near the 3/4. Time for the mile, 1 minute 58 and 4/5 seconds. 1:58 and 4. Number 7, We Are Family, is the official winner. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 8. Well, we talked about it yesterday as we wrapped up. Don't count out Cordarius Stewart just yet in that battle for leading driver of this summertime downstate suburban downs meeting. He led the standings over the course of the past several weeks, then gave up the lead to Casey Leonard in the last couple of days, but now is starting to fight back. Casey leads, but by a count of just 31-29. So this is the 29th win of the meet for Cordarius Stewart. How about a hand for the winner, number 7, We Are Family. The winning 2-year-old filly is by Time to Roll out of Real Parmesan by Real Desire. Owned by Casey Williams of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, bred by Ed Miller, trained by Herman Wheeler, and driven by Cordarius Stewart to this win in 1 minute 58 and 4/5 seconds. A graduate of the Illini Classic sale. We have seen winners today that are homebreds. We've seen winning graduates of both the Land of Lincoln sale and the Illini. A reminder, sale season's just around the corner. The Land of Lincoln sale Saturday, September 2nd at Walker Standardbreds in Sherman, and the Illini Classic right here at Springfield at the Illinois State Fairgrounds on Labor Day, Monday, September 4. Full field rundown up next. Here's the full field rundown for that 7th race from the top of the page. It is official. Jimmy Lai finished 4. UC Annie finished 8. Unhinged in 0 was 7. My Eyes Adored You finished 6. She's a Doozy was 5. Cupid's Revenge was the runner-up. We Are Family was the winner, and Maddie Shark finished 3. The quarter, 29-1. The half, 1 minute 3/5. 3/4, 1:30 and 2/5. The mile, 1 minute 58 and 4/5 seconds. Reads down 4, 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, 3. Brings us to race 8. No changes in the 8th race. Horsemen, you may come to the track for race 8.
quality stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Gray Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses are on the track for race 8, Suburban Downs Hawthorne, downstate at Springfield. Good to have you with us. Week 7 of this 8-week meeting. Race 8 today for trotters, non-winners of $5,000 this year. Illinois Conceived and Foaled, and also fillies and mares allowed $6,250 as the threshold. There are no changes. Number 1 is Lulita, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avenatti is up. 2, Luzotic, owned also by the Flacco Family Farms of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Steve Searle. Driver is Juan Franco. 3, Sudden Approach, owned and trained by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi. Driver Freddie Patton Jr. 4 is Swan's Mission, owned by Kathy Cruz of Springfield, trained by Jay Sundin. The driver Kyle Houston. 5 is Noble Prize, owned, trained, and driven by Doug Graham of Springfield. 6, Lose Raptor, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Steve Searle. Casey Leonard in the bike. 7, Creation Stream MV, owned by Adam Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana. Co-owned by Devin White of Cotton Valley, Louisiana. Herman Wheeler, the trainer, and Cordarius Stewart, the driver. And number 8, the reigning Illinois Harness Horse of the Year, making her first purse start of 2023. That is Funky Wiggle, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lockridge, Iowa, trained and driven by Kurt Grumble. Headed to the gate for the 8th race. They are at the post for race 8. Gate rolling. $14 races total here today. Busy week next week. You've got the County Fair Circuit returning to action on Monday evening at the Edgar County Fair at Paris. Tuesday, you've got racing at Fulton County, at Lewiston, and also at Champaign County at Urbana. We're back here on Thursday and Friday next week. Summer racing season hitting full stride. Right now, here they come for race 8. Off and trotting, and a good start for all. There goes Creation's Dream MV with Funky Wiggle from the far outside. Lose Raptor has some early speed. Luzotic, and then Lulita back toward the inside. Let's see what Funky Wiggle does. A lot of traffic to her inside, and she's going right on to the top. Funky Wiggle clears all of that inside traffic and gets over to the rail with the lead by a length midway on that first turn. And then Lulita, who's racing in the second position, followed by Luzotic, who travels in third. Lose Raptor is fourth. Sudden Approach 5th. Creation's Dream MV is 6th. 28 and 2 for the opening quarter. 28 and 2/5 seconds. And then further back, Swan's Mission is in 7th, and Noble Prize is last of the 8 for the move up the back stretch. Funky Wiggle is the leader. Funky Wiggle leads it by 2 lengths as they approach the half-mile mark, as Lulita is racing in the second position. Luzotic 3rd, Lose Raptor 4th, Sudden Approach 5th, top 5 single file along the rail, and then Creation's Dream MV takes to the outside back in that 6th spot. 58 and 1 for the first half mile, 58 and 1/5 seconds. Swan's Mission will move up with cover on the outside, but still next to last, and Noble Prize is the trailer for the move onto that north turn, and they're all chasing Funky Wiggle. Funky Wiggle leads it by 2 lengths midway on the final turn as Lulita is racing in second. Here comes Luzotic to the outside from third, but she's still 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 more back to Lose Raptor, who is fourth back toward the inside, and then Creation's Dream MV. 127 and 3 at the 3 quarters, 127 and 3. Can Luzotic do anything with the reigning horse of the year? We're about to find out. Funky Wiggle has her by 3 lengths inside the 8th pole. It is Funky Wiggle in deep stretch, maintains the advantage by 2. A good effort from Luzotic, but she's second, and Funky Wiggle, the reigning Illinois horse of the year, wins her season's purse debut. Funky Wiggle wins it by 2 lengths for Kurt Grumble. It was Luzotic home in the second position, followed by Lulita, Luz Raptor, and then Sudden Approach. And then further back, Noble Prize was home 6th, Swan's Mission 7th, and Creation's Dream MV was 8th. Time for the mile, 1 minute 55 and 3/5 seconds. 1:55 and 3, your winner, number 8, Funky Wiggle. Please, with race 9. It was right here on this very racetrack last year when Funky Wiggle broke stride coming down for the start of the $30,000 Illinois State Fair Championship. And what did she do? She just rallied back and won. And then a couple of weeks later went to DuQuoin and busted off a mile in 1:51 and 4 and won by nearly 10 lengths in the Windy Skeeter, and just kept on rolling from there all the way through the Night of Champions at Hawthorne and all the way to honors as the champion 3-year-old trotting filly and the Illinois Horse of the Year. But arguably, that performance when she made the break at the start of that final here at the State Fair last year and still came back and circled the field to win might have been the most impressive of all of those impressive performances. How about a hand for your reigning Horse of the Year, Funky Wiggle? That is a training double for Kurt Grummel today, and he picks up the win as driver here as well. Congratulations, Dr. Patrick Graham, the owner and the breeder of this Luz Legacy 4-year-old mare out of Hoosier Wiggles, my Mr. Cantab. 18th career victory for Funky Wiggle, who's won over $250,000 in her career. And that's 2 wins today for Dr. Graham as owner and as breeder. What a Horse of the Year looks like, the reigning champ, Funky Wiggle. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for that 8th race. From the top of the page, Lulita was 3rd. Luzotic, with a good effort, was the runner-up. Sudden Approach finished 5. Swan's Mission was 7. Noble Prize was 6. Luz Raptor finished 4. Creation's Dream MV was 8. And Funky Wiggle, the winner. The quarter, 28 and 2. The half and 58 and 1. 3 quarters, 127 and 3. And the mile, 1 minute 55 and 3/5 seconds. Reads down 325, 764, 81. And of course, Funky Wiggle, a full sister to that winning 2-year-old filly from earlier today, Calypso Moon. Ninth race coming up. A reminder, the driver of number 3, Dandy's Ms. Swifty, is Travis Seekman. Number 3, Dandy's Ms. Swifty, the driver, Travis Seekman. Horseman, come to the track, please. Race 9.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Gray Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
The
Thanks to Audio Technical Services with the audio system here at the Illinois State Fair. Our friends at Lifestar Ambulance Service providing the ambulance and paramedics on the grounds each race day, and we thank them. Dwayne Wells, serving as our outrider, has been assisted from time to time by Lacey Tenyes. Eric Sievers, our blacksmith over at Barn 39. Thanks again to everyone at the Illinois Department of Agriculture. That includes Tim Norman, Carrie Tiskus, and the whole staff. They not only process everything to make sure that we can have Illinois Conceived and Foaled racing, they make sure all the documentation is in place. They are a huge help at sale time, not just on race days, but if you're ever involved with an Illinois sale, you've got questions, all you have to do is reach out to Carrie or Tim and say, help, and they will quickly come to your assistance. And thanks again for the IDOA overseeing the post-race testing of our winners each race day. Cross Harness Supply with tack and equipment. Thank you one and all. Week 7 of Suburban Downs, Hawthorne Downstate, racing here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds today and again next week, Thursday and Friday, to wrap up this 8-week meeting. As soon as we have Wrath of an Angel, we will be set to go here in race 9. Horses are on the track for the 9th race. 2-year-old pacing fillies, non-winners of $1,500 lifetime. Illinois Conceived and Foaled, $1,875. And in fact, everyone in this lineup is ICF. Headed to the starting gate, a reminder, Travis Siekman drives number 3, Dandy's Ms. Swifty. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Feisty Val, is owned by Adele Jeffers Everett of Flat Rock, trained by Cornelius Cavett, Jordan Patton in the bike. 2, Wrath of an Angel, owned by Jardin McHarris of Clinton, Mississippi. Jamal Denson trains and drives. 3, Dandy's Ms. Swifty, owned by Terry Leonard of Harvard. Dandy Farms Racing of Jeff Davis of Glenview. Peter Kuchis of Palos Hills, and FT Racing Stable of Frank Tatuli of Glenview, trained by Mike Rogers. Contrary to the program, the driver is Travis Siekman. 4, Carly Bay, owned and trained by Jerry Mims of Vardaman, Mississippi. The driver, Freddie Patton Jr. 5, Miss Larry, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaver of Fisher. The driver, Wyatt Avenatti. 6, CW, Wise Lady, owned by Amy Leiter Enterprises, LLC of Dunellen, Florida, of Amy Leiter. Owned by Lynn Chris, LLC of Constance Oakey of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Trained by Jamaica Patton, Matt Kruger in the bike. 7, Platinum Shark, is owned by Darren Turnier of Liberty. Michelle Blackbird of Springfield. Josh Carter of Williamsville, trained by Mike Brink. Casey Leonard driving. 8, here they come, Carrot Top Moose, owned by Alan Beals of Hoffman Estates, trained and driven by Gary Rath. Off and pacing at a beautiful start, and there goes Carrot Top Moose out for the lead. Carly Bay is there, and Feisty Val is down toward the inside. Here's Carly Bay moving up from between horses. Carrot Top Moose will challenge her for the lead. Feisty Val is there down toward the inside as they swing around that first turn as Wrath of an Angel gets away racing in the 4th position. Dandy's Ms. Swifty is in 5th. Miss Larry settles against the rail in 6th. CW Wise Lady is 7th, and Platinum Shark will be last of the 8 as they head on by that quarter-mile mark and race onto the backstretch. Opening quarter, 28 and 1. Thank you, Mark. 28 and 1/5 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go, and it is Carly Bay who leads. Carly Bay leads it by a length and a half. Feisty Val is racing in 2nd by a length and a half. Carrot Top Moose along the rail now in 3rd position. Wrath of an Angel is in 4th. Dandy's Ms. Swifty is 5th. Miss Larry is racing in 6th. Looks toward the outside from there. 8 lengths off the lead, though. And then a gap of 2 more lengths behind her. CW Wise Lady is racing next to last, and then Platinum Shark last. 58 and 2 was the time for the opening half mile. 58 and 2/5 seconds. It is Carly Bay who continues to lead here, but here comes Feisty Val off the rail. Carly Bay leads at 3/4 of a length. Feisty Val is 2nd, a length and a half. Carrot Top Moose is racing in 3rd, a gap of 2 lengths to Dandy's Ms. Swifty, who's 4th up on the outside. Carrot Top Moose now takes to the outside just in front of her. The top 4 separated by 5 lengths, then a gap of 5 more back to Wrath of an Angel. 128 2/5 at the 3/4. They turn for home. Feisty Val has a narrow lead from Carly Bay, Carrot Top Moose, and then Dandy's Ms. Swifty. And Dandy's Ms. Swifty goes out to the center of the track. She's 4th, well inside the final 8th mile. Feisty Val leading Carrot Top Moose, Dandy's Ms. Swifty, and then Carly Bay, who's now 4th toward the inside. Feisty Val with Carrot Top Moose right at her throat latch. Carrot Top Moose gets up and wins it by almost a full length on the line. Carrot Top Moose just kept grinding away down the stretch and wins it. Feisty Val was 2nd. Dandy's Ms. Swifty was across the line in 3rd position, and then it was Carly Bay in 4th, and then further back Platinum Shark rallied down the stretch, picked up a few spots, and finished in 5th. Time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds. 157 and 1. Number 8, Carrot Top, your winner. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 10. These are the kinds of days that horsemen make note of, meaning that in this particular case, Carrot Top Moose has just given Time to Roll his 2nd winner on the card, both of whom have been 2-year-old pacing fillies. And horsemen do tend to take note of those things and file some mental notes as they look toward those yearling sales coming up on Labor Day weekend. Time to Roll. 2 winners today on the card, both of them juvenile pacing fillies, and that is 3 winners today total, bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker of nearby Sherman. In fact, Carrot Top Moose, a graduate of the Land of Lincoln sale at Walker Standardbreds for a tag of $15,000 in the sale ring last year. Congratulations to owner Alan Beals of Hoffman Estates, the trainer and driver Mr. Gary Rath. How about a hand for Carrot Top Moose? Carrot Top Moose is by time to roll out of another Hanover by Art Major, second career purse start, and a winner today in 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds. A lot on the minds of those men and women on the backstretch as the Illinois State Fair draws closer, and some of these 2-year-olds in particular getting some valuable racing experience over this 1 mile track, and in cases like this, picking up a win and taking the next step forward toward contending here in just a few weeks at the Illinois State Fair. The full field rundown, it's official for that 9th race. From the top, Feisty Val was the runner-up. Wrath of an Angel finished 7. Dandy's Ms. Swifty was 3rd. Carly Bay was 4th. Miss Larry finished 8. C.W. Wise Lady was 6. Platinum Shark finished 5. And Carrot Top Moose, the winner. 28 and 1 at the quarter, 58 and 2 at the half, 3 quarters, 128 and 2/5, and the mile, 157 and a 1/5. Reads down 273, 486, 51. 10th race is on the way. There are no changes in race 10. Horsemen come to the track. Nays Rendezvous, Fox Valley Tasha, Arcase Tony, Hermia Star, Some Star Sandy, Sage's Sandstorm, Fox Valley August, and Fox Valley Venice to the track, please.
The Standardbred is athletic, strong, and sturdy. Their minds intelligent, their hearts like no other. They pour their all into every jog and race. They are warriors, they are champions, they are heroes. When their time at the track ends, it's just the beginning of a new chapter. But we must help write these stories as they transition from racehorse to riding horse. We owe it to them, the horses that give their all, to provide the time and tools they need to succeed, to bridge the gap between the track and a bright future, to find their perfect partner to help them realize their full potential. Help us help Standardbreds beyond the track at newvocations.org.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. the easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Grey Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horses are on the track for race number 10, 2-year-old pacing fillies, all of which happen to be Illinois conceived and foaled. No changes. Number 1 is Nay's Rendezvous, owned by Debbie Benjamin Wolf of Riverton, owned also by Jeffrey Wolf of Riverton, trained by Dossie Miner, Phil Knox in the bike. 2, Fox Valley Tasha, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur. Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller. Cordarius Stewart is up. 3, Arcase Tony, owned by MM&D Racing LLC of Charleston, of Mitch and Mike Titus and Dennis Wright, co-owned by the trainer Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. Jamal Denson will drive. Number 4, Hermia's Star, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, trained by Freddie Patton Jr. Jordan Patton is driving. 5 is Some Star Sandy, owned by David and Adam Brooks of Cambridge, trained by David Brooks. Juan Franco is up. 6, Sage's Sandstorm, owned by Bobby Beggs of Marengo, Catherine and Gary Rath of Marengo, trained and driven by Gary Rath. 7, Fox Valley August, owned by Bridget Williams of Clinton, Mississippi. Bridget's the trainer, the driver Matt Kruger. 8, Fox Valley Venice, owned by Wyatt Avenetti of Chrisman, Earl Avenetti of Clinton, Indiana, trained by David Avenetti, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Approaching the starting gate over at the far turn for race 10. One thing that fascinates a lot of us about folks who operate racing stables, we talked earlier about paperwork and such and how they stay on top of that. The stakes payments, remembering to enter horses. There are so many things like that that a lot of us probably never stop and think about, but I guess you might say there are a lot of administrative duties that go with running a stable. I would be terrified. I forget things constantly, and I would be scared to death. I would forget a stakes payment or forget to phone the racing secretary and make an entry. So that can be something that definitely involves a lot of forethought. So a tip of the hat to all of you who assist those stables back there, whose names and faces we might not ever see, but who help tend to all of those administrative duties. It takes a lot of work. Here they come, race 10. They are off and pacing in race 10, and there goes the field. Sage's Sandstorm is out for the lead. Some Star, Some Sandy gets away in the second position as they head down to the first turn, now racing toward the quarter-mile mark. Some Star Sandy starts to clear the traffic. Some Star Sandy moves by and takes the lead into the first turn. Arcase Tony is racing in the second position as they swing around the south turn, with Hermia's Star quickly settling along the inside in third position, and Sage's Sandstorm is racing in fourth. And then Fox Valley Tasha is fifth. Nay's Rendezvous is in sixth, followed by Fox Valley August, Fox Valley Venice as they move on by the quarter. 28-4, the time for the opening quarter, 28 and 4/5 seconds. They head onto the backstretch and race toward the half-mile mark. At the front of the field, it is Some Star Sandy who shows the way. Some Star Sandy is on top by a length and a half as they approach the half-mile mark. Arcase Tony is racing in second. Gap of 3, Hermia Star is in third. Sage's Sandstorm is fourth. There goes Fox Valley Tasha, moving from fifth, now taking fourth, but still 5 lengths off the lead as they race past the half. 58 and 2/5 seconds, 58 and 2 as they enter the final turn. At the front of the field, Some Star Sandy still looking for a challenge, still leads it by a length. Arcase Tony second a length. Hermia Star is third. Fox Valley Tasha is fourth up on the outside. Nay's Rendezvous moves up in fifth with cover on the outside, still 6 lengths off the lead. And then Sage's Sandstorm, Fox Valley August next to last, and Fox Valley Venice is still the trailer. 127 and 1, the time at the 3/4. 127 and 1. Some Star Sandy leads it. Here's Fox Valley Tasha. Fox Valley Tasha coming after Some Star Sandy. Nay's Rendezvous is third. She's still 4 lengths from the lead, though. Fox Valley Tasha pokes ahead in front. Some Star Sandy is still there to the inside, but second. Then Nay's Rendezvous in third. Fox Valley Tasha, Cordarius Stewart to win it. Close for second. It was either Some Star Sandy or Nay's Rendezvous for that runner-up spot. Time for the mile, 1:56 flat. 1 minute, 56 seconds flat. Valley Tasha, number 2, your winner. Horsemen come to the track with race 11. We were just talking about time to roll fillies. Well, here's another one. Fox Valley Tasha returning in front of the stands. That makes 3 juvenile pacing filly winners today, sired by Time to Roll. And if you talk to Tom Simmons, who trained Time to Roll, he will tell you that horse was incredibly athletic. It's always fun to talk to the trainers and get their thoughts when these horses enter the stallion ranks. And Tom told us, we caught up with him at the Macon County Fair at Decatur back in June, and he nodded his head when we mentioned Time to Roll. He said, absolutely one of the most athletic racehorses I ever trained. He was just such a handy type of horse, and didn't matter what you needed him to do in the course of a race. He could handle traffic. He could handle a roadblock here and there, adjust to it, make a move, change lanes, and just keep right on going. And Time to Roll having a good year and having a good day here today. How about a hand for number 2, Fox Valley Tasha? This winning 2-year-old filly is owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur, owned also by Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, Cordarius Stewart in the bike. Driving double today for Cordarius Stewart. 4 winners on the card, bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds here today. As Fox Valley Tasha, trained by Kevin Miller, driven by Cordarius, picks up this win in 156 flat and gets a new lifetime record in the process. And Cordarius now is within 1 win of Casey Leonard. You've got Casey with 31 wins for the meet and Cordarius with 30. So that battle for leading drive the meet continues to heat up. Here's the full field rundown for race 10. It's official. From the top, Nay's Rendezvous was 3rd. Fox Valley Tasha, the winner. Arcase Tony finished 8. Hermia's Star was 4. Some Star Sandy, the runner-up. Sage's Sandstorm 7. Fox Valley August was 6. And Fox Valley Venice 5. The quarter in 28 and 4. The half in 58 and 2. 3 quarters in 127 and 1, and the mile is 156 flat. Reach down 318, 427, 65. 11th race is on the way. A reminder, the driver of number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, Brendan Potts. Number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, the driver, Brendan Potts. Horsemen come to the track, race 11. One other note, that is 9 winners on the meet for trainer Kevin Miller, and that gives him sole possession of 3rd right now. Moves him into the top 3 and gives him sole possession of 3rd place for now in those trainer standings.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Quality Stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Grey Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses are on the track for race 11 Trotters, age 3 and 4, Trackmaster rating less than 70, with fillies and mares to draw to the inside. Winners of this class last start are not eligible. A reminder, Brendan Potts is the driver of number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero. Brendan Potts drives the 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero. Just a reminder that as the horses come onto the track, the announcer will recap the changes as soon as he announces the field is on the track. So I appreciate reminders and such, but when they come when I'm in mid-sentence, they become a distraction. So thank you. Number 1 is Tucked Away, owned by Adele Jeffers Everett of Flat Rock, Lonnie Keith of Palestine, trained by Cornelius Cabot, Jordan Patton in the bike. 2, Fox Valley Shania, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Engel Stable of Illinois of Marty Engel of Northbrook, Mystical Marker Farms of Dennis and Kevin Lacombe of Portage, Indiana, trained by Irv Miller. Cordarius Stewart is the driver. Number 3 is Lou Sangreal, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Steve Searle, Wyatt Avenetti the driver. 4, Zion's Really Chilly, owned and trained by Alan Petrie of Carrollton, Kyle Houston in the bike. 5, Mr. Mizzou, owned by Carolyn Wiley of Glenwood, Mike Perrin of Glenwood, trained by Mike Perrin, Juan Franco in the bike. 6, Cantab Speed, leased by Tyler Sheehan of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, trained by Matt Avenetti. Matt is in the bike. Number 7, Fox Valley Corso, owned by Adam Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, Devin White of Cotton Valley, Louisiana, trained by Herman Wheeler. Casey Leonard will drive. And number 8, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, owned by Jackson Loy of Beecher City, trained by Mike Rogers. Brendan Potts is the driver. Field of 8 trotters headed for the starting gate, race 11. Starter Roy Finn calls for the field, race number 11. At the post, gates rolling, race 11. Here they come. They're off and trotting, and there goes Fox Valley Corso grabbing the racetrack and out for the lead. Cantab Speed is off stride, and also Loy's Honky Tonk Hero off stride. Both Cantab Speed and Loy's Honky Tonk Hero are both on a break. Fox Valley Corso is gunning for the top, though, and Fox Valley Corso has made the top, clears all of the inside traffic midway on the south turn and leads it by just 1 length. Zion's Really Chilly is racing in second. Fox Valley Shania is back there in third. Tucked Away is in fourth as they move on by the quarter-mile mark. Lou Sangreal is fifth. 28 and 2/5 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. 28 and 2. Further back, Mr. Mizzou lines up in sixth. The front six nose to tail, single file. Then there's a gap of 7 more lengths back to Cantab Speed, who's catching up now from 7th position, and then a margin of better than 25 more lengths to Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, who is the distant trailer. Here comes Shania. Fox Valley Shania rolls on up, third to second now to take the lead. Fox Valley Shania takes over. 57 and 4 for the first half mile, 57 and 4. Fox Valley Shania leading Fox Valley Corso by just a length. Zion's Really Chilly is racing third and takes to the outside. Here comes Zion's Really Chilly now, moving from third to second, and now up to challenge Fox Valley Shania. Tucked Away is in the outer flow and moves up now into the third position. Fox Valley Corso gets shuffled back into fourth, followed by Lou Sangreal, who's fifth around the far turn. Mr. Mizzou, and then Cantab Speed past the three-quarter. 128 flat was the time. Fox Valley Shania the leader, 128 flat, top of the lane. Fox Valley Shania leads it by 3 lengths off the far turn. Zion's Really Chilly has lost ground off the turn and is still second toward the inside. Further back, tucked away than Fox Valley Corso. There is no catching Fox Valley Shania. 5-length lead, widening 6-length lead. Fox Valley Shania wins it by 7 lengths on the line, as Zion's Really Chilly was second, and tucked away was across the line in third. Cordarius Stewart has just tied Casey Leonard. 31 wins apiece for the meet. Those two gentlemen tied atop the driver's standings. Time for the mile, 1 minute 56 and 3/5 seconds. 1:56 and 3. It is a driving triple today for Cordarius Stewart, who has managed to work his way into a tie atop the standings with Casey Leonard. They are now tied at 31 wins apiece. Kurt is talking because the winner's in the winner's circle. How about that? Number 2, Fox Valley Shania. How about a hand for the winner of race 11? Fox Valley Shania, that is the 5th winner of the day, bred by the Fox Valley Standard Breds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. Irv Miller has just trained his 18th winner of the meet to lead the trainer standings. And again, Cordarius Stewart, 31 wins on the meet, and is tied atop the driver standings now with Casey Leonard. Congratulations to Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, the Ingle Stable of Illinois of Marty Ingle of Northbrook, and the Mystical Marker Farms of Portage, Indiana, out of Dennis and Kevin Lacombe. Can't afford it, the sire of Fox Valley Shania, the filly who actually won the Illinois State Fair Championship final last year over this racetrack as a 2-year-old in that filly division. She's out of the great Fox Valley Diva by Armbro Charger. Full field rundown coming up. The time for the mile was 1:56 and 3. And here's the full field rundown. It's official for race 11. Tucked away, finished 3. Fox Valley Shania, the winner. Lou Sangrial was 5. Zion's Really Chilly, the runner-up. Mr. Mizzou, 6. Cantab Speed, 7. Fox Valley Corso, 4. And Loy's Honky Tonk Hero finished 8. The quarter, 28 and 2. The half in 57 and 4. 3 quarters in 128. And the mile, 1:56 and 3. It reached down 3:15.267.48. Race number 12 is on the way. Scratch number 6, Tear in My Beer. Scratch the 6, Tear in My Beer. Scratch because he is sick. Horsemen come to the track. Race 12.
quality stallions. Cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Gray Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Horses are on the track for race 12, 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings that are non-winners of $1,500 lifetime. Illinois conceived and foaled, $1,875. Scratch the 6. Tear in my beer, scratched sick. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Gritty Gator, is owned by Shelley Steele of Monee, owned also by James Gilbert of Des Plaines. The trainer, Sherry Hansen, the driver, Travis Siekman. 2 is D. Luigi, owned by Sam Dodano of Aiken, South Carolina, trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. 3, True Cash, owned by Jerry Graham of Salem. Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, trained by Irv Miller. Cordelia Stewart is up. 4 is Caballo 6, owned by Delbert and Ruth Burkett of Ellery, trained by Delbert Burkett. Wyatt Avenetti drives the New Jersey-bred Caballo 6. Number 5, 5 is Fox Valley Parker, owned by Bobby Beggs of Marengo, Gary Rath of Marengo, trained and driven by Gary Rath. 6 is Scratched. 7, Consway, owned and trained by Kenny Collier of Ellery, New York sired Consway, driven by Juan Franco. And number 8, Go Max Go, is owned by the OZ Racing Stable of Otto Rinker and Zed Bramer, trained by Kenny Collier. It is Casey Leonard in the race bike with number 8, Go Max Go. Headed to the starting gate for the 12th of our 14 races. Horses turning to the starting gate over at the end of the backstretch at the entrance to the north turn of the racetrack as Roy Finn, our starter, calls for the field here in race number 12. Approaching the starting gate. Talked about the fact the Illinois State Fair harness racing begins Thursday, August 10th. Doubleheader, post times 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. And then the State Fair Colt Stakes eliminations are on Friday, August 11th. That will be an 11 a.m. post time. Wonder how many folks are old enough to remember the days when they had the eliminations and then the finals all in the same day. Those were some big days of racing, long days of racing, but also produced some fantastic moments as well, as have the more recent format ever since we've gone to the eliminations on Friday and then come back the following Thursday, as we have kept up with changes in the sport. So the eliminations on Friday, August 11th, and the finals Thursday, August 17th. Top of the stretch, race 12, lined up and on the gate. Here they come. They are off and trotting. There goes DeLuigi for the lead. True Cash is right there as they head for the first turn. Gritty Gator gets away a close third, and True Cash moves up clear with the lead by a length and a half at the entrance to the first turn as DeLuigi will go second. Gritty Gator is third from that inside starting spot, followed by Caballo 6, who's racing in fourth and drops over against the rail. As they head to the quarter-mile mark, Fox Valley Parker is racing in the fifth spot, and then further back, Consway. Consway has just broken stride. It drops out to last. In the meantime, Go Max Go moves up one position from last. 29-1 was the time for the opening quarter, 29 1/5 seconds, and now DeLuigi off stride. So after getting away in good order and racing in second position, DeLuigi is on a break. Four horses will file by to the inside. That will drop DeLuigi all the way back into that sixth position by the time they reach the half-mile mark. Up front, it is True Cash who shows the way. True Cash is the leader by 3 lengths, and Gritty Gator is racing in second by 2 as Caballo 6 is third. 59 and 1 for the first half mile, 59 and 1/5 seconds, a gap of nearly 15 more lengths to Fox Valley Parker, who's racing in 4th by a length. Go Max Go is in 5th, another 20 lengths back then to an off-stride D. Luigi, and 25 more back of that one. Con's Way is the trailer as the leaders are approaching the 3/4. Make that leader singular because True Cash has opened up on a 5-length lead, and there's just under a 1/4 mile to go as Gritty Gator is second. 129 and 4 at the 3/4, 129 and 4. Caballo 6 comes off the rail from 3rd, challenges for 2nd, still 5 lengths off the lead. True Cash is the leader, but Caballo 6 is picking up the leader fast. Caballo 6 is closing ground with every single stride. Caballo 6, a sweeping move off the final turn to win it for Wyatt Avenatti. Caballo 6 won it by a length and a half on the line. It was True Cash 2nd, Gritty Gator 3rd, close for 4th, either Fox Valley Parker or Go Max Go. Further back, D. Luigi was 6th, and Con's Way was 7th. One minute 59 and 1/5 seconds was the time for the mile. 59 and 1, a new life record for number 4. Caballo 6. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 13. Number 4, Caballo 6, with that big move coming off the final turn to win today's 12th race. And then as he came on down the stretch, it became evident that Wyatt Avenatti was just letting this 2-year-old find his own stride. It wasn't like Wyatt was urging him on. He was just letting him move out to the racetrack and just letting him move forward at his own rate. So a very impressive performance by Caballo 6, who did this, in other words, as horsemen say, well within himself. He is a New Jersey bred, owned by Delbert and Ruth Burkett of Ellery. Ellery, a town which, if memory serves, sits right on the border of Wayne County and Edwards County. Delbert Burkett, a horseman who has trained a lot of top-level horses here in Illinois over the years. He was the man responsible for training Gum Corner Lad, who won close to $700,000. A lot of us have fond childhood memories of watching Delbert race at the Illinois State Fair with a trotting mare by the name of Miss Flossie, who won the Illinois State Fair age mare trot with Delbert as the trainer and the driver. And Delbert and his wife Ruth own Caballo 6. Delbert trains, and Wyatt Avenatti is the winning driver. He's just scored his 8th driving win of the meet. Again, this is a New Jersey bred colt by Six Pack out of Vita de V by Muscles Yankee, bred by the Joie de V Farm, LLC of New Jersey. 159 and 1 the time. And this is a graduate, this colt is, of the Lexington Selected Yearling Sale for a price tag of $15,000. We talked about this when Caballo 6 won his qualifier at DuQuoin back on June 30th. You go to that selected sale at Lexington, and you will often see folks from Illinois who will sit and patiently wait, and they will pounce at just the right time. and snag a yearling out of that sale and go on and do very well. And this is one such example. How about a hand for number 4, Caballo 6? Congratulations to our winning connections. And it's fun to see that in the winner's circle. Veteran horsemen like Delbert Burkett. We talked about memories of watching Delbert win races on this track going back into the 1970s. And teams up today with 27-year-old Wyatt Avenatti, the winning driver. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for the 12th race. Gritty Gator was 3rd. D. Luigi was 6. True Cash, the runner-up. Caballo 6, the winner. Fox Valley Parker was 4. Tear in My Beer was scratched. Consway was 7. Go Max Go finished 5. 29-1 at the quarter, 59-1 at 3 quarters, 129-4, and the mile 159-1. It reads 362, 1-4 scratch, 7-5. 13th race on the way. No changes. Horsemen come to the track. Talked about county fair racing coming up. Again, horsemen, a reminder, they race on Monday evening at the Edgar County Fair at Paris, and then they go racing on Tuesday evening at both the Fulton County Fair in Lewiston and also the Champaign County Fair at Urbana. Ed Teefee is the voice of racing at the Fulton County Fair in Lewiston. I'm sure Ed will be glad to know we just learned that someone is bringing a whole batch of homemade cookies to the Fulton County Fair at Lewiston. So yes, Ed, get ready to enjoy. In the meantime, I would encourage Kevin Miller, Brian Lohman, Bill Alanya, Linda Allhands to see what you can whip up for the announcer at the Champaign County Fair on that same night.
Peter the Great. No, not this guy. This guy. In 1891, Daniel D. Streeter, an avid horse breeder from Kalamazoo, Michigan, purchased a mare named Santos. Streeter owned a farm called the Oaklands on what is now Western Michigan University's campus. In 1894, Streeter sent Santos to Battle Creek to be bred to a stallion named Pilot Medium. The resulting colt, born in 1895 at Oaklands, was hailed Peter the Great. He quickly gained the attention of his owner for his intelligence. Streeter convinced retired world-famous driver-trainer Peter V. Johnston to come out of retirement and train this exceptional colt. Once introduced to Peter, Johnston couldn't pass up the opportunity. At the age of 2, Peter the Great made his debut at the Kentucky Futurity in Lexington. Unknown to most, he surprised everyone by finishing a close second to the race favorite, Janie T. The following year, as a 3-year-old, Peter returned to the Kentucky Futurity. He dominated by winning all 3 heats and setting a new track record of 2:12 and a half. Later that year, Streeter sold the champion horse for $20,000. Peter continued to race and achieve his best lifetime record of 2:7 and a quarter in 1899 at the Empire City Track in New York. Unfortunately, he sustained a career-ending injury. However, despite his relatively brief time on the track, Peter the Great left an indelible mark on the trotting world through the exceptional quality of the colts he sired. A descendant of Hambletonian 10, Peter the Great became a legendary sire, producing exceptional offspring that continued to contribute to the evolution of the standardbred. Peter the Great moved around during his post-racing career as a stallion, but he settled at Laurel Hill Farm outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. Peter died in 1923 and is buried at Tom Taggart's residence near French Lick, Indiana. 5 years after his death, his groom, Jacob Councilman, passed away and his ashes were spread on Peter's grave. In honor of Peter's remarkable achievements, a monument was created in his birthplace of Kalamazoo. The plaque, attached to a boulder, acknowledged D.D. Streeter as the breeder and Peter V. Johnston as the trainer and driver of Peter the Great, and Peter himself. It reads, "On this farm was born the trotting stallion and sire Peter the Great, 2:7 and a quarter. Bred by D.D. Streeter, trained and driven in Kentucky Futurities by Peter V. Johnston." Originally placed near the barn where Peter was born, the monument has been relocated several times. Today, the monument stands at Western Michigan University's Administration Building in remembrance of his remarkable life and his importance to the standardbred breed. Peter the Great is truly a treasure to be remembered and celebrated.
Horses are on the track for race 13, fillies and mares, pacers with a trackmaster rating less than 70. Winners of this class last start not eligible. There are no changes. Let's meet the starters as they gather up on the backstretch and head toward the starting gate. Number 1 is Bootsy Bombay, owned by Jim Greer of Peoria, trained by Nick Prather, Matt Kruger in the bike. 2 Castiel, owned and trained by James Rowney of Marseilles. David Rowney, the co-owner of Ottawa, the driver Kyle Houston. 3 Future Looks Bright, owned by the Irvin Miller stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, of Irvin and Heidi Miller, owned also by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Kentuckiana Racing Stable of Ken Jackson of Lexington, Kentucky, trained by Irv Miller. Cordarius Stewart will drive. 4 is Senorita Mouse, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard is the driver. 5 is Virgin Special, owned by Kathy Cruz of Springfield, trained by Jay Sundin. The driver is Juan Franco. 6 Dancing Eyes, owned by Cornelius Cavett of Virgins. Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained by Cornelius Cavett. Jordan Patton is the driver. 7 is Amazon Princess, owned by Joe Heinman of Linton, Indiana, trained and driven by Alan Finn. And 8 Driving the Dixie, owned and trained by Mike Perrin of Glenwood. The driver is Travis Seekman. At the post, gates rolling, race 13. Good to have you with us on this Friday afternoon here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Here they come. They're off and pacing. There goes Driving the Dixie. There goes Senorita Mouse. Bootsy Bombay has speed down to the inside, and Castiel is up close in the opening strides as well. Driving the Dixie moves up in the center of the racetrack and starts to clear the inside traffic. Driving the Dixie moves up and has the lead as Senorita Mouse will go second right behind her as they swing around that south turn. Castiel is third. Bootsy Bombay is racing in fourth. Dancing Eyes has settled against the rail in fifth position. Future Looks Bright is back there in sixth spot, followed by Virgin Special in seventh. Amazon Princess is last. 27-3 for the opening quarter, 27-3 fifth seconds. Driving the Dixie, leads it for Travis Seekman by 2 lengths. Up the back stretch as Senorita Mouse goes second by 1.5 lengths. Castiel is third by 1 length. Bootsy Bombay is racing in 4th position. Then Dancing Eyes is in 5th, and here comes Virgin Special. Virgin Special moving up on the outside from 5th now to take 4th as they head on up the back stretch past the half-mile mark. 56-3 the time, 56-3 fifth seconds as they race past the draw gate. Driving the Dixie is the leader 1.5 lengths. Here comes Bootsy Bombay off the rail, up now to take second around the far turn. Senorita Mouse gets shuffled back along the inside in 3rd. Then Virgin Special, who's 4th up on the outside. Castiel is 5th. Dancing Eyes is in 6th. Future Looks Bright goes to the outside, 8 lengths from the lead in 7th, and the gap of 5 more back to Amazon Princess. 126-1 at the 3/4, 126-1. Bootsy Bombay is coming after Driving the Dixie, who still has a short lead. Virgin Special is 3rd up on the outside as they straighten away for home. Senorita Mouse is 4th in behind Horses. Driving the Dixie leads it. Senorita Mouse, no room. And here is Bootsy Bombay. Virgin Special, Castiel. Castiel's coming fast, coming late. Castiel gets there by a 1/2 length on the line. Castiel with Kyle Houston aboard made the rally in deep stretch, found an opening, and made the move with less than a 16th to go. Number 2, Castiel with a powerful stretch rally to win race 13. 1 minute 55 and 2 fifth seconds. 1:55 and 2. That is a new lifetime record for number 2, Castiel. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 14. Well, that's 2 days in a row that we've seen driver Kyle Houston do the old thread the needle maneuver through traffic in the home stretch, and it has paid off with wins each time. We saw him do that yesterday with Fox Valley Landon and see him do it here in race number 13. How about a hand for Kyle Houston and Castiel, your winner? Very impressive rally down the stretch, picking her way through traffic for Castiel, a homebred for James and David Rowney of Marseilles and Ottawa, with James the trainer and Kyle Houston the winning driver for Castiel, a 6-year-old daughter of Yankee Skyscaper out of Little Sweetheart by Arts Conquest, with a time of 1:55 and 2. Always felt like Yankee Skyscaper didn't get the respect he deserved, and say that because he came in behind Sportsmaster at Walker Standardbreds, and then here came Time to Roll and Some Star Somewhere. They've got so many good stallions on that roster, and Yankee Skyscaper, part of that stallion roster through the years, has done a tremendous job, just like those other horses have done and are doing. So congratulations to the folks at Walker Standardbreds. Yankee Skyscaper, a horse who has done a fantastic job, and that isn't easy to do. That's one of the tough parts. If you're a stallion at a farm that has that many flagship stallions on its roster, there are only mares to go around, and that is what is remarkable to a lot of us. All of those studs over the years have done so well, and that is something that should never be taken for granted. And Yankee Skyscaper very much over the years has managed to hold his own, those offspring of his, and here's the latest example. Castiel, 155-2. We'll have the full field rundown for you in just a moment. Stewards are currently conferring with our photo finish technician, Emma Schrock, reviewing the images of the finish of race 13 because some of the positions further back behind the winner are fairly close, and it will take a moment to sort through everything and distinguish the horses and get them in the right spots. Better safe than sorry, err on the side of caution. All of those well-known guidelines apply here, so it'll be just a few more moments. We would rather take our time, make sure, double and triple check the finish before we announce it as official. The winner's fine, Castiel. Again, just some photo finishes further back in the finishing order. As we get ready for race 14, the driver of number 5, She's Self-Contained. A reminder, that is Richard Finn. Richard Finn drives the 5, She's Self-Contained. Horsemen, come to the track, race 14. There was a big old pack of horses that hit the wire at virtually the same instant. So the stewards and the photo finish technician have managed to sort through all that, and they have now managed to pinpoint the precise finishing order and make it official so we can pass that along to you. But that was the reason for the delay. Some very competitive racing at this meet throughout the course of the summer, and race 13 was no exception. Here's the full field rundown. From the top, Bootsy Bombay, the runner-up. Castiel was the winner. Future Looks Bright was 6. Senorita Mouse, 4. Virgin Special was 3. Dancing Eyes, 7. Amazon Princess was 8. And Driving the Dixie finished 5. The opening quarter, 27 3/5 seconds. The half in 56 3. 3 quarters, 126 1. And the mile, 155 2. Reads down 216 437 85. Made the rally and deep.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Quality Stallions. cutting-edge, full-service breeding and foaling facility. First-rate broodmares producing exceptional foals. First home to multiple state champions, including 3-year-old pacing filly Gray Lingerie. Caring people with decades of experience. Class, affordability, superior service. Snow Ridge Farm.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horses are on the track for the 14th and final race. Horsemen, if you would, please return your saddle pads to the area near the racing office where you picked them up earlier today. I know our racing office staff will appreciate your help with that. Pacing fillies age 3 and 4, non-winners of $1,000 in the last 4 starts, or Trackmaster rating less than 70. A reminder, winners over $4,000 last 4 starts not eligible. Number 1 is Toodles Power, owned by Harvey Greif of Odell, trained by James Horvath Jr., the driver Cordarius Stewart. 2, I Wanna Rock and Roll, owned by 3's A Crowd Stable of Cantrell of Jody Peacock, Norman Thompson, and Allison McGrew, trained by Rick Schrock, the driver Travis Siekman. 3, Stardust Graham, owned by Shelley Graham of Salem, trained by Buzz Graham, Matt Kruger, and the bike. 4 is 1R Andy Starr, owned by the 1R Standard Bred Farm of Rushville of Gerald, Anna, and Pamela Bunch, trained by Nick Prather, the driver Casey Leonard. 5, She's Self-Contained, owned by Marge Decker of Atwater, trained by Nick Prather. A reminder, contrary to the program, the driver Richard Finn. Number 6, Lil Ms. Landshark. Congratulations, by the way, to owner-trainer Orion Phillips. Just picked up the first training win of his career. A couple of weeks ago down at Oak Grove in Kentucky. Matt Avenatti will drive Lil Ms. Landshark. Number 7, Sahara Sunshine, is owned by Ernest Wagler of Syracuse, Indiana, trained by Jay Sundin, the driver Juan Franco. 8, Ashley's Amanda, owned by Wyatt Avenatti of Crispin, Earl Avenatti of Clinton, Indiana, trained by David Avenatti, Wyatt Avenatti, the driver. Been good to have you with us, whether in person or by joining us online through our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing on this Friday, getting ready to wrap up with race 14. More racing next week, Thursday and Friday. Here they come. They are off and pacing, and there goes Stardust Graham out for the early lead. 1R Andy Starr is there, and she's self-contained as well as that field swings down toward the first turn. Stardust Graham from the inside moves up and has the lead. She's self-contained, is right alongside though, and she's self-contained, moves by for the lead from Stardust Graham, who's racing in second. 1R Andy Starr is in third. Little Ms. Landshark is racing in fourth. Toodles Power is fifth. I Wanna Rock and Roll is in sixth. Ashley's Amanda seventh. Sahara Sunshine last of the 8 as they move on by the quarter-mile mark. 29 flat for the opening quarter, 29 seconds flat. Little Ms. Landshark is trying to find some racing room further back of the pack, but at the front of the field, challenge and change for the lead. 1R Andy Starr has moved up as they head onto the back straightaway, and 1R Andy Starr circles around the outside as she's self-contained and takes over the lead and leads it by a length and a half. She's self-contained, is in second position. Stardust Graham is racing in third. Little Ms. Landshark content now to sit tight along the rail in fourth position as they head up the backstretch. In the meantime, Stardust Graham moves off the rail from third and now takes second and is followed by Ashley's Amanda, who moves up in the outer flow of traffic as well. 59 and 2 for the first half mile, 59 and 2/5 seconds. It is 1R Andy Starr leading it by 3/4 of a length around the far turn. Stardust Graham is second by just a length. She's self-contained is third. Ashley's Amanda on the outside is in fourth. Sahara Sunshine is moving up into contention in fifth, still 5 lengths off the lead. Little Ms. Landshark shuffled back into sixth. I Wanna Rock and Roll is in seventh. 129 and 1 at the 3/4. Toodles Power is last. 1R Andy Starr is the leader. She's got it by 3 lengths. She's got it by 4, by 5. 1R Andy Starr is driving away from this field. The battle is all for second. Ashley's Amanda moves up on the outside to take second from Stardust Graham, but it's all well behind 1R Andy Starr. Much the best in race 14. Won it by 9 lengths. It was Ashley's Amanda who came out of a crowd to be second, and then a multiple horse photo to separate third, fourth, and fifth. Time for the mile, 1 minute 55 and 3/5 seconds, 1:55 and 3. Number 4, 1R Andy Starr, your winner. A driving triple today for Casey Leonard, and that restores a 1 victory lead for Casey. Casey atop the driver standings, leading Cordarius Stewart by a score of 32-31 as we head toward the final week of this Suburban Downs Hawthorne Downstate meeting this summer. 1R Andy Starr was a winner here last year. She won at the summer preview in June last year. It took a record over this racetrack of 1:55 and 2, but it's been a while since she's been to the winner's circle. She's been close. 3 consecutive runner-up finishes, and now today she puts it all together and not only wins, but wins by a lopsided margin. How about a hand for number 4, 1R Andy Starr? That is the 32nd winner of the meet for Casey Leonard, and that is the 6th winner of the meet for trainer Nick Prather. Congratulations to The 1R Standardbred farm of Gerald, Anna, and Pamela Bunch of Rushville. This is a homebred filly being bred by Anna Bunch. A 3-year-old filly by Some Star Somewhere out of Andy's sister by Damian Sealster. 1:05 and 3 the time. The full field rundown is next. Three winners on the card for sire Some Star Somewhere. And here's that full field rundown. It is official for the 14th race. From the top of the page, Toodle's Power came from last to finish 5. I Want to Rock and Roll was 4. Stardust Graham was 6. 1R Andy Star the winner. She Self-Contained was 7, Lil Ms. Landshark was 8, Sahara Sunshine 3, and Ashley's Amanda the runner-up. The opening quarter, 29 seconds, the half, 59 and 2, 3 quarters, 129 and 1, and the mile, 1 minute, 55 and 3/5 seconds. It reads down 5:46, 1:78.32. Folks, been good to have you with us. Thanks for being here. We hope you can join us again next week. Again, don't forget to support the county fair circuit. Edgar County at Paris racing on Monday evening. On Tuesday night, you've got 2 options, Fulton County at Lewiston or Champaign County at Urbana. And then we are back here to go racing on Thursday and Friday next week as we wrap up Suburban Downs Hawthorne Downstate meeting here at Springfield. Been great to see our racing fans here in the stands. They have been faithful throughout the course of this summer meeting. Been wonderful to have you all and hope to see you next week. For now, on behalf of our entire racing office staff, for everybody up at Hawthorne and Suburban Downs, and for the Illinois State Fair Manager Rebecca Clark and her staff, thank you and good afternoon.